Good morning everyone and welcome to our March meeting. Firstly, is there any apologies for today? So we've got everyone here. Any conflicts of interest for reporting? Acknowledgements, don't have any aware of to be acknowledged here. Today, so we've got minutes of the meeting of Tuesday the 4th of February. Is someone prepared to move the correct record? Moved Councillor Goldsworthy as per the recommendation. Seconded Councillor Redmond. Got that. All those in favour please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Are there any matters arising from this? So just today, there's a couple of just matters to a slight variation to what's in the how we're going to conduct business today. So firstly, we're going to have a deputation shortly from Dr. Lorna Martin and Bill Eschenbach around the Rangiora Health Hub. So I'll invite Bill and Lorna to come up in a moment. It is then our intention the council will then break into a public excluded discussion on that particular item. We have some joining us from Southlink Health at 9:30 in order to further that particular item. There is a revised recommendation which I'll get staff to circulate now for you, just to consider. It's slightly different than what was provided yesterday, and we'll go through that at the right time, but I wanted you to see that. So that's how we're planning to deal with today, and then we'll come after the public excluded item, then we'll return back to regular meeting. And I would say that members of the public, probably around that morning tea time, we would resume, which is probably around 10:30 would be into the regular meeting, so members are aware. All right. With that, I'll now invite Dr. Lorna Martin and Bill Eschenbach if they'd like to come forward. I invited Lorna to join today. As many are aware, the Health Hub is a very important issue in this district, and there's been a number of developments in recent times, but the person that has been behind that concept from the start is Dr. Martin, and just want to acknowledge and thank her for her leadership in this district over many, many years. I have the privilege of working with Lorna as the Council's representative from the Waitaha Primary Health Organisation. She is someone who is deeply committed to health in this district and within Canterbury. And I just want to thank you for your service, Lorna, but it's nice to have you with us today. Also, the Chief Executive of Waitaha Primary Health is Bill Eschenbach. And some of you will have probably got to know Bill in recent times because he's been making the circuit of our respective sector meetings to talk about particularly the importance of rural health. And anyone that's involved with rural health knows that Bill is Mr. Rural Health. And he's had a long career in health, and we're, I think, indeed fortunate to have his skills and service. So thank you both for being here today. And Lorna, I'd like to invite you to say a few words about what you think, then, and perhaps any comments you've got around obviously the development of the Health Hub and the extended hours urgent care provisions. Welcome to our meeting. Thanks for being here. We've got about 10 minutes for that, give or take, and there may be some questions from colleagues. And I'll just remind everyone, just in case you're not aware, you probably are, but this is the first day we are live. We're normally live audio, but we are live visual as well, so it's video as well. So just to remind everyone of that. Hence why you've got such a great photo in front of you. Thanks, Lorna. Yeah, thank you for being with us, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Bertie, for the welcome. I guess I do go back a long way with this project, but I'm also now no longer involved. I need to put that out. I retired from general practice about a year and a half ago, Therefore, my situation has been changed because of this. And I am no longer part of the consortium working towards the rebuild. That doesn't mean it's changed, it is still going forward. I guess some of the issues for me is how it started, because there have been a few misconceptions about this for so many years now, kind of forgotten. In 2016, the two practices that were running from 36 Victoria Street were my practice and what was Dr. Scragg's practice, but he sold to South Lake Health. From that time, for the next couple of years, we were constantly talking, myself and Professor Marachilliot, who was representing South Lake Health, towards this prospect of building a new facility. We currently at that stage, Bill Doctor was owning 3 practices and they were to be merged into a new facility. Don't ask me the date, but there was a public meeting, I think about 2019, when Tracy Maisy, who was head of planning and funding, came out and spoke at a public meeting here in Rangiora. Thank you. And without our knowledge, even though at that stage we had arranged for, we had been discussing with various people as well as looking at sites for a building, we were approached by Canterbury District Health Board, Carolyn Gully and Dave Mace, to say, what about building on the site of the current maternity hospital at Ashley Street? We had a look, it looked good. However, we had not discussed when it would be released to the public because it was still under a lot of discussion because obviously leasing land, doing the build, etc. However, there was a meeting with Carolyn Gullery, came out and spoke to the public, and she actually announced it. It was a meeting at which Matthew C., the member of Parliament, waimakariri, was present. So it sort of threw things out into the public arena. Misconceptions started at that time, I believe, because there was this belief that it was actually a district health board facility. And I'm sorry to say it's not, it's a private facility, and it's still a private facility because the district health board is not putting any money in it. So that sort of led to a lot of questions like, is it an ED? Will we have to pay, etc.? And I'm sorry to say, these are not inexpensive facilities to either build or to run. So yes, there would be a cost, just as there was if you go to any other practice after hours, including in Pegasus 24 hours, be no different. Then Tracy Maisy came out and ran another public meeting, and again it came up that this is a hospital facility, why do we have to pay? And it was answered again. So there's been a sort of frustration, and I do notice I have an article from February 26th, and again, the MP for waimakariri is talking about this being a hospital facility. I'm sorry to say it's not. Anyone who's been around for the last 5 years, certainly through all the COVID stuff, is aware that building costs have gone up enormously. They double cost. They're aware of all of the other issues. The lease is looking to be extended to make it a longer lease with more security. So all of these things are new in the sense of extending the lease, but it gives more security for long term. The 35-year lease was the original one, it has been extended. So Southland are working really hard on getting this going. The land is like Tahu, so that was again it was raised more recently and again had to be looked at again. So, and going through all of the requirements for building permits does take time. Believe you me, I was as frustrated as was Professor Marachilliot about all the delays that have occurred, but they are kind of necessary. So I fully understand the frustration people have. but it is still going ahead. We didn't plan for COVID, like anybody else, and it took a good few years out of the process, but nevertheless, it is still going ahead. I don't know what else you really want to say, if there's anything.
Additional services added to it since the first beginning.
My apologies. Right from the beginning, we talked about the whole idea of building an after hours was to have services on site. So it would have had radiology, but it still will. They'll have an on-site pharmacy. There will be the potential for other allied health professionals to have space in the building as well. The radiology is a real bonus for us, and I've said this before. Currently, Pacific Radiology works out of Durham Street. They will be shifting. They have agreed that currently we get plain radiology basically out here. We will be getting plain radiology, ultrasound, CT. These are really big advances for us and will provide services for whole, basically for waimakariri. It'll be part of the full radiology screen. Yes, we're talking, is there a possibility in our eye? I can't guarantee that yet, but we've got the other guaranteed. The initial plan was extended services building up to the full after hours, but one has to be realistic about 24-hour care. Would you like to have it? We'd like to have it on phone, but I can tell you from personal experience, and I'm aware that the population has grown enormously out here, but actually you're busiest up till 10 o'clock at night. After that, you may not get any. I can recall about 2 years ago, I did a late shift of the 24 hours in Christchurch. I did from 11 till 3 in the morning, and I saw one person. Now that's for all of Christchurch. So most people really consider it to try and get it up in the evening. There are more serious things, but more serious things usually require transport to cover it. And you waste time if you go somewhere else and then on. So we have to consider that. If the demand is there, the plan, to my knowledge, is still to continue with that, working towards the 24 hours. But giving you the statistics for what happens at 24 hours in Christchurch, where it is open 24 hours, you have one doctor on the list, not very busy, during those basically midnight to 6 a.m. So the ordinary hours were planned, and to my knowledge it hasn't changed, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to start with, then go to 10 p.m. But people know it's available. They're generally pretty good at saying, Jimmy's not very well. Let's not wait 3 hours to see. Let's get him seen. There is a lot of expectation, and I fully understand the expectation from the public. But sometimes reality has to be worked out. The doctors are still, the plan is still to employ some doctors to work mainly the after hours. But some of them will also be working during the day as well. So they're not robots.
Thanks, Nola. Bill, is there anything you'd like to add? Your side?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here, Dan. Look, I, on behalf of Waitaha Primary Health, we're really keen to see the turf turned here on this facility. We do believe that it would add value, and while I'm here today talking with you folks as Waimakariri District Council, this facility will also support the health and well-being of our Haurui counterparts, and that's where I'm really quite excited about. So all I can do is to support the continuation of this project, because it will add value to the excellent care that has been provided by all the general practice teams at the moment within the Waimakariri District Council. I want to acknowledge that they are under the pump. There's all sorts of funding issues that we are trying to deal with through our Health New Zealand at the moment. We'll be further announcements over the coming days just around what that actually means. So, look, all I can do is just support
Thank you. Just both, thank you both for your presentations. In terms of council's involvement in health, in North Canterbury particularly, my understanding is in the Huranui they own a number of the, not practices, but the buildings and business associated with that. And in Oxford, our council owns the buildings associated with the medical trust, the medical centre up there. Is that, Bill and Norna, is that, obviously it depends on the communities, but is that an uncommon thing for councils to be involved in terms of at least owning the buildings to support, or supporting the buildings in order to have health provision in rural communities?
Yeah, I think the Huranui, the Waimakariri District Council should be very proud of what they are doing to achieve services, primary healthcare services in those particular areas. So you're right, Dan. Yes, there is a growing trend where councils are now starting to step in to support that, but you have to remember the Huranui area, those practices up there were all once upon a time, a few years ago, owned by GPs. So it was a private business, and they, for whatever reason, those GPs retired and community trusts were formed, and the council stepped in. So like the Cheviot, Amuri and Waimakariri, those facilities are supported by the Huranui District Council. As you said, Dan, Oxford for this, and Ashburton we have support for Rakaia and Methven. So in our particular area, over a period of time, we've been pretty instrumental in working with our TLA, and it does support rural health services. There's no doubt about it. And that's what we've been promoting through Harwood anyway, as some of you have heard a number of roadshows that I've been asked to participate at zone meetings for the councillors. So it wasn't unique for us, but it's actually that is now happening.
And Selwyn, I understand, Bill, Selwyn District Council built a $15 million facility out there for health, is that correct? And they own some in, is it Leaston, not Leaston, and Darfield, I understand, is that correct?
Yeah, that's Selwyn's, but we sort of look after Selwyn. But you're right, the new facility at Rolleston has been built by the council. The top floor of it has been leased by Health New Zealand, and at the moment they're currently working with providers to establish primary healthcare services at the lower ground.
Lorna, wondering if it would just be helpful for members to hear what urgent care means. If you know the definition, I'm aware of what it is, but it'd just be helpful. My understanding, there's been a little speculation as to, look, if you're sick during the day, you may not be able to be seen by here. My understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, if you are, you present there, you would, if you can't be seen by your GP, you could be seen at the new facility. Is that correct?
It is basically correct. We still will encourage people to go back to their own GP if they possibly can, because if they've got a registered GP in the area, because their health records are there. And, you know, you get better care if people actually know their health records. And people are concerned with the present, but there's something, maybe something in the past that's very relevant, that you get out records that you won't necessarily get because the patient doesn't think that that's relevant, which is fair enough. So you will always be encouraged to, but there will be urgent facilities running. I mean, doctors now, I can't speak for the other practices in regular, but I know in my own, somebody walked in with a bloody hand or whatever, it would be dealt with. Now, urgent care, as it is imagined and seen by everybody, was developed in urban practice. Because they used to, way back when I started practicing, we used to do like they sent everybody with an accident to ED. That is gone. A lot more stuff is managed in primary care now. And it's more and more is being expected to be managed in primary care. But urgent care, basically accidents, urgently unwell, visitors from elsewhere in New Zealand and overseas, they will receive.
And so extended, my understanding is the model and is that it's what's been applied for under the consent is 7 till 10, 7 days a week.
7 days a week, starting off at the urgent care means you've got to be available 7 days a week. You basically the hours can vary. There are urgent cares in Christchurch that do 8 till 8. There are urgent cares that do 8 till 10. And there's the biggest 24-hour, which does get funding from Health New Zealand. It does 24 hours.
And then after that, St John's paramedic service is available to support.
My understanding at the moment that is still very much available, but it is being reviewed.
There's discussions underway at the moment, which I don't really want to get involved with.
But it is still going.
And that's how the mod, and that timing of it was developed because it is, do I hear you correctly, because that's when most people present is between those hours, is that?
They can just present between the hours that is open. So what arrangements, as I say, I'm no longer involved, so those of you who ask that question, there will have to be arrangements made, such as telehealth service after the hours of 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock, or there will be arrangements for someone doctors here to be called if needed. Remember, you get a lot of stuff after hours, that is people wanting to questions. Well, you do get the occasional person wanting to make an appointment, which isn't always an easy thing to do. But a lot of it is advice. And if a person's really ill, that they need to be seen. Telehealth doesn't always work for that. Thanks.
Thanks, Lorna. Is there any questions or comments? Councillor Mealings, then please. And then I'm going to move that we head into X at 9:30. We have guests waiting, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Dr. Martin, for that explanation. I was wondering, I've sort of heard in the community, some people have surmised that as two practices are being merged, are looking to be merged into this facility, that just constitutes a moving of practices, the same thing, into a different location, rather than an expansion. Is this in fact an expansion of?
It will be an expansion, but it's also got to have, don't want to be quite blunt about it, the income coming in so that they can actually increase staff numbers to cope with the different procedures. So yes, it is an expansion. They're owned by the same people. They'll be run the same. They're being run the same way now. It's just a movement into a larger facility with extras involved. Mostly the building that I still have that is being used, it's not big enough.
So just to be clear, thank you. So just to be clear, you're going to have more doctors, you'll be able to see more people, and it will be an enlarged service, a bigger service than what those practices are able to provide where they're at.
Well, yes, we will have within the building radiology. And so anything urgent, you go through and you say, get it done now, and you can get it done. It's not make an appointment and then go and see if it's really urgent. It will develop, the whole idea of going into a big space is that, you know, the old theory, the more space you have, the more you expand to fill it. That's what we're going to do.
Fabulous. And the emergency care will be extended to, well, I suppose you just said that, but anybody who needs it in the district rather than just the patients that are on your books.
When you have urgent care, you take whoever turns up. If it is someone who has a registered doctor down the road within Rangiora, as both these practices are in Rangiora, then there will be a conversation on the telephone when people ring or just turn up. If it's an accident, it doesn't necessarily need medical notes. But if it's a medical emergency, then they'll be dealt with. Or if it's a semi-emergency, they'll be encouraged to go to their own doctor. That's best care. It's not convenience, it's best care.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding is it's to North Canterbury urgent care, it's not just the district.
Well, as urgent care as anyone.
That's right. Thanks, Lorna. Councillor Williams, then Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. no ifs or buts about it. We do need extra facilities in waimakariri, and my concern is emerging practices. And we've said already there that you guys are already under the company act. Where have you got a notion of where you're going to get these new doctors from?
Have you heard the news this morning?
I have had the news, yeah. It's different everywhere around the whole of New Zealand, Australia, all overseas. There's a shortage of doctors. So, for the
Lorna and Bill might be able to answer that, but otherwise the next session has Southlink and they may be able to answer that a bit more directly for you, Councillor Williams. But if you can, feel free to do so.
Just very briefly, there's a lot of focus on managing doctors from overseas who arrive in New Zealand and want to work. So they come from every country you can possibly think of. Their language skills in English, which is, I mean, we should get Maori into that, but their language skills in English are not necessarily great, so they have to actually sit an English exam. And that can be a hold up for quite a few of the doctors. Some of the universities or medical schools throughout the world graduate at different levels of competence, so that's always assessed as well. It's not a small process.
So, the question on there, would it be a big advantage having a brand new facility, nice, clean, tidy, bigger, to enhance doctors in the area rather than not trying to knock your underspaced areas?
The whole country's in this, so the focus is very much on increasing medical health manpower.
It was a very good announcement from the Minister yesterday, and so that's encouraging for general practice and general primary care, I thought, when I heard that announcement yesterday. So fingers crossed it delivers what we need it to. Okay, Councillor Ward.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing. And given that we are going to hopefully sign off on supporting you in this.
Councillor Ward.
Anyway, I just really want to know a timeline, please.
Well, they can't
That will
answer
have
that.
to come from Southlink, who are going to come on and do this.
I see.
Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
Lorna's no longer associated with but she was one of the drivers.
Actually, I'm not associated with it emotionally. It's been part of my whole life here in radio. So, but I am standing, I have stood down from that because I retired. It's hard enough to keep up with the clinical stuff, the PHO, let alone with all that stuff.
I thought it was important today that you heard from the person that drove the project in the first instance, and also who understands our community. So, but Bill and Lorna, thank you for your time today. Appreciate you coming at short notice, but this matter is moving at a bit more pace than, and whether we take an involvement or not, Councillor Ward, is a matter for us to determine shortly. But we'll be having that discussion soon. So thank you both very much for your time. I'm now going to move that we move into public excluded, which is to consider the item as I've already mentioned. Is someone prepared to move? Moved, seconded. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary. So if we could just
I don't know what you want from me.
first is the adoption of the draft annual plan for consultation. So we've got Greg and Sylvia.
Mr. Mayor, could I raise a point of order before the meeting?
You may.
Thank you.
Or point of clarification, what's the order needed?
Yes, well, point of clarification. And I didn't have the chance to raise it earlier because of deputation and so on. I notice we're now webcasting this meeting.
Which was advised to you all, yeah?
Yes, well, understanding orders, I don't think we're complying with the rules because cameras will cover a member who is addressing the meeting. I'm addressing the meeting and I'm not on the camera.
Okay, well,
Only about half the members are actually on the screen. So my
we did
view
ask
is,
we did ask for the cameras to be adjusted. Is that not been able to be achieved? Because that camera should be moved. That's the issue.
so my point is we're in breach of standing orders by not displaying everyone.
Right, well, before our next meeting, Jeff, can we get the cameras adjusted? We had asked for that to be done. It's a fair point. I hadn't picked up that hadn't been achieved. But really, that camera there needs to be moved behind the pillar or at a commensurate height so that it picks up the whole room. But the cameras should be where they need to be.
The alternative is just to do the audio stream.
Well, I think,
For the technology.
I think we should continue with live because we've said we're going to do it. This is a way that we can iron out those issues, and but it's a fair point that you raised. So we will make sure if we can get a contractor or whoever to get that live for the next meeting. You okay with that?
Yes.
All right. Greg.
Thank you and good morning. So this is the adoption of the draft.
The cameras do go over that way, don't they? So that it picks up the.
Thank you. So this is the adoption of the draft annual plan and the consultation document to support that. So it's an important part of the council's annual cycle. The plan sets out our work programme for the coming financial year and of course the rates that are required to fund that work programme. The draft annual plan document itself is a really good document, but it's a fairly technical, detailed document, and so we produce a consultation document which is shorter and much more easy to read, and that's through that consultation document that we invite the community to comment on the council's plans. So this year the consultation document covers three main areas. First, it's some changes to the council's plans compared with the long-term plan, and that's largely changes to the roading programme. Second, it's proposing some changes to our underlying financial policies. That's the development contributions policy and our rates policy. And third, it covers the important topic of the council's proposed arrangements for the delivery of water services under the government's local water done well reforms. So in terms of the annual plan changes, it's really relatively low key, not a lot of change compared with what we said we do. As I say, there's changes to the roading programme because of the level of NZTA funding that came through on approval. But in terms of the finances, things are fairly similar. The rates increase is similar, just under 5%. Cash from operations of around $17 million. Remember that cash is there to fund capital expenditure and renewals. And debt levels are similar to what was in the long-term plan. The $60 million capital programme includes a range of 3 waters and roading upgrades and renewals. It also includes continuing planning for the Royston Eastern Link Road and also the large new housing for the elderly project. In terms of the changes to the financial policies, first it's the development contributions policy, largely just a change to the schedules, which is the amount that land developers pay towards council's infrastructure. And second, it's a couple of changes to the rates policy. First, to introduce a emissions policy for second dwellings. this is a continuation of what we do at the moment, but the aim of the change is to make the administration cleaner and the reasons for the remission being given much clearer. The second change is to remove the discount that we offer to ratepayers who pay their rates by the date of the first instalment penalty date, which is usually towards the end of August. The cost of this discount we offer currently falls on other ratepayers, so the proposal is to remove that discount. But perhaps the most significant part of the consultation document is consultation on the proposed approach to the delivery of water services into the future. Under the legislation, councils need to prepare a water services delivery plan by September this year, and in doing so consult with the community on any decisions it is making about proposed arrangements for the delivery of water services, and in particular if it is considering whether or not to establish a CCO or some other joint arrangement with other councils. The council's proposal is to continue with its existing approach, that is owning the water assets and operating them and managing them through an internal business unit. So essentially a continuation of what we've already do. The proposal follows careful consideration of all the options available and taking into account the cost and impact on the service delivery. Taking things in the round, the council has concluded that the internal business unit works best for waimakariri, and this is what it's proposing. It is still indicating that it's open to work with our North Canterbury neighbours. Just one final technical change to the recommendations in the report. For recommendation E, I'd just like to extend the date of consultation out to the 21st of April. That just gives a bit more time for the community to be involved following the council's consultation processes. So that's just
the and D of Greek, isn't it? E and D
and F, sorry, two E and F. And just one final comment from me. I've talked to you a number of times about financial planning and the future of the council, and indicated confidence in the financial plan you've got in place to bring the budget into balance. So I'm just encouraging you to stick with that plan. It's a simple plan, involves increasing revenues quicker than increasing expenditure. It's a simple plan, a sensible plan, so I encourage you to stick with it over the coming years.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Greg? Councillor Redmond?
Thank you, Greg. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge, I think this may be your last council meeting.
Absolutely, yeah. This next week. Yeah.
Right, so thank you for your work. Are you able to comment on the draft documents that are in a separate area in Diligent? The draft annual plan consultation document?
Yes, please ask.
Right, what I wanted to raise was the population consistency for the district. In the brief consultation document, it refers to the district has 66,246 residents. 66,246 on page 4 of the short summary. In the principal full version, it refers to an estimated figure of 69,000. I recently attended a WAG meeting, and the figure given was 71,535 people at the same date as the 69,000 estimate. So I'm not saying which one is correct, but I just think we should have them consistent throughout the documents. Is that something that is within your area?
Yes, apologies for that. They should be consistent numbers, so we'll get those checked and read before we issue the documents.
Just to point out to Councillor Redmond that our features on the so he is compliant. So there was some wiggling around.
Somebody
Greg, we'll come to you to speak. Can you get that far? Okay. It's 72,000 is the figure that we regularly use, so that's the figure I advised by policy, I have been advised in the past. So I agree with Councillor Redmond that those figures should be consistent.
Okay, we'll look at it.
Should be 72,000, that's the figure we use all the time, so if we can keep that consistent, that would be good. Councillor Meanings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Redmond, that's one of the things I was going to raise, because also on page 15 of the full AP document, it says that the district's home to 69,000 residents. So it's different in the full document versus this consultation document versus.
Well, the point's been made,
but what I wanted to ask, though, if we are commenting on the consultation document before we pass it out, on page 7 of the consultation document, it doesn't actually explain what a CCO is, and I think that's kind of council jargon that ordinary people don't really know what that means, and perhaps we should write it out and explain it preceding the usage of the acronym as per normal writing convention. And also on page 9 of the consultation document, I think that can probably be explained better as well, where it talks about a rating factor. And yeah, like, I'm not sure if the public actually gets what a rate factor is. Maybe we can explain that a little bit better, where it says that the current process requires an annual application and the rate factors from the secondary dwelling to be removed, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, if somebody could please look at that and explain that a little bit better, minus the council speak, because it is a CD, so. But otherwise, great document. Thank you for your report, and thank you for your service, because you've come in at a really pivotal time for us, and you did an excellent job. Thank you, Greg.
Any other minor changes? If you want to get back to myself, the Chief Executive, we've got the recording to hear the delegations. If you pick anything else up, let us know. We can get that adjusted. Do you have a question?
A question? Yes. I think it'd be in the question or clarification, perhaps. Somewhere between. Thank you for your work. I noticed that also just picking up on the consultation document, some references to a couple of works along Tram Road, intersection of Oxford Road. I know that we've got a series of works along that transport corridor along Tram Road. Will there be some consideration, I suppose, to just give us some context to that? We've got Manton Corner, South Head Road down. I think it's sort of building a picture for that community of quite a few substantial pieces of work on that transport corridor. Just hope that we could consider, building that picture for the community of what is planned now in the next 2 years, because there are some substantial works. So would that be possible, please?
Is there a question?
It was a tone of voice.
All right, we'll come to no further questions. I'm going to move to share the recommendation report with the adjustments of the 2 dates, which is an E and F to the 23rd, summer be the 2nd. Joan, Councillor Ward. Just we already had plenty to say about this at the time of the draft annual plan, but can I just mention that appreciation for all the work that's gone into the preparation of this right across the organisation. Greg, as has already been mentioned, thank you to you for your service to our council. Your support's also been invaluable in the space of 3 waters, having worked in the implementation unit under the previous government. So your knowledge of that has been immeasurable as we've navigated that pathway ourselves. For the benefit of the community, internal business unit effectively is the same as we have now. So there's no change except that it's ring-fenced to meet the legislative requirements. Council-controlled organisation would have meant that it is removed from direct responsibility of the council, and so that in itself we took from the certainly the feedback when we went out and asked around Three Waters that would not be something that we felt that our community would have supported. Also, the independent modelling that was undertaken for us by Castalia also concluded that as a standalone internal business unit, we meet the tests of the new legislation, which is around economic sustainability. But as has been mentioned, we also have the ability in which to continue to work with our neighbours, which is also really important, and provide support where needed. We also, and that is around shared services and continuing to explore how that might work. We already work with both Huranui and Kaikoura to assist with design work and other matters, and the Huranui district provides on the certainly Loburn and Ashley localities, as Councillor Williams would know as our representative on that group, provides through the Huranui water scheme water services to that part of the district. We are going out to consultation on that, and we will welcome, of course, what the public's feedback is, just for councillors' benefit. Because it's such an important issue, I've asked that we do a letter to every resident that explains council's position. That letter draft will come to you all for your feedback and sign off, and I would like all councillors to sign that letter to go out to our public, which draws people's attention to the consultation and encourages their feedback. But we'll also have a consultation form in that as well, so that they can provide their feedback. The reasons for extending the date to the 21st is in order to meet New Zealand Post requirements, so that there is adequate time for people to have received that and to provide feedback to us. But the council rate that's gone out here, I understand, will be one of the lowest in Canterbury, if not one of the lowest in the country. It's something we continue to keep looking at where we can find efficiencies, and as we resolve through that process, we will continue to do so. But it's something that isn't compromising the level of service that we're offering in our community, but it's also ensuring that we're keeping ahead. I was part of a council many years ago that went through and removed services and didn't adequately invest. We took years to catch up. I never want to get back to that point again. It was not a good time in our district's history, and all those decisions. So you could go through and cut and do all other things, but I'll tell you what, you won't get the thanks from people later when they find that you're missing services and things that are important, and that you've got big catch up later on. So we put this annual plan to our public. We don't need to. We could have determined usually it's pretty much going along the lines as it were, apart from water services, and we could have decided to, like other councils, not consult on that. Some aren't. We do go out and we consult our ratepayers every year to ensure that we keep in touch with what's important to them. So with that, I endorse the adoption of this and encourage colleagues to also accept this for consultation. That's the board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to congratulate our CEO, Mr. Millwood, and his team, and particularly you two, Greg, for your contribution, and the finance team, all the staff, for pulling together and containing what, in a very difficult financial situation, with inflation and pressures of growth, keeping our level of service, not dropping that to 4.98%. It has been a huge effort, a great effort by every member of our staff, and I want to congratulate you all on doing a wonderful job. I think we are very blessed with the team that we have that keep us in good financial situation, but keeping our level of service and also investing in our growth, which is really, really important. So well done to you all, and I'm very happy that we are presenting a drafting plan that is very similar to what we put in the long-term plan under very difficult situations. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Edmund?
Thank you. Very pleased to support the recommendation. We have a number of interesting topics to consult on, and the water done well, which we always do well, is probably one of the more important. I think the consultation document, short form, that has a questionnaire or a survey at the rear of it is an excellent document. So I'm hoping and encouraging people to fill that out and let us know what they think. I always tell people I can't guarantee we'll actually do what you want, but I'll guarantee that we'll listen and consider your opinion. And secondly and finally, I'd like to thank you, Greg, for the work you've done with us for the last year or however long it's been. You fitted in very well, and I valued your advice and support at meetings. So I'm sure my colleagues would have a similar view. So thank you for your service, and wish you well on your river cruise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'm not going to exercise a right of reply, so I've got the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you, Greg. And as has been said, we wish you well. We now come to 7.2, transport choices. So it's Joanne and Karen.
Good morning. So the report in front of Council today is to provide an update on the 4 strategic cycleway projects that were previously proposed under the National Government's Transport Choices Programme. Following the announcement that Transport Choices Programme was put on hold, these cycleways have been also put on hold and a little bit in limbo with no formal decision made. The recommendations within this report are seeking to formally postpone the Rangiora on-road cycle lane project that was Ashley Street, Ivory Street and Percival Street, and to formally postpone the Rangiora Town cycleway, which was the cycleway that went behind Packers Bay in Southbrook. These projects would remain postponed until such time that future funding becomes available. The Kaipoi to Wood End cycleway was partially funded by Better Off funding. We have a separate report coming in April to discuss the options relating to that project and that budget. The final strategic cycleway is the Wood End to Ravenswood cycleway. This report today is seeking approval to proceed with a low-cost alternative that creates a footpath on the existing road shoulder between Chinnery's Road and the Garland Street Reserve. That particular link has become a high priority following the construction of the path within the reserve. That path ceases about 20 metres from the road reserve, and there is evidence of people, or they've cut a hole in the fence and they are walking through the reserve to get access between Ravenswood and Wood End. With the Wood End bypass, that portion of Main North Road would be vested in council on completion. So staff have been talking to NZTA regarding that possibility of a low cost option. Those conversations have gone well, but there is still some details to be confirmed, and it's also fair to say that not all staff in NZTA are on the same page and in agreement. So there is a risk that they won't agree to this proposal, but so therefore this report is dependent on NZTA's approval. If we didn't get their approval, we would need a following report to council. Right, so we'll take questions from here.
Thank you. Questions of colleagues? Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Karen and Joanne. Why does the NZTA not consider that a footpath from Wood End or connecting Wood End to North Wood End, aka Ravenswood, is important in terms of safety?
I don't think that it is the case that they don't believe it's important in terms of pedestrian safety. I think the thing that they also need to consider is safe use of the road corridor, and that is where I guess their safety concerns are coming in. It is definitely something that we will continue to work with them to try and see whether we can come up with an agreed resolution going forward. There is a paper in front of them at the moment that they are working through and considering, and we've got an update on that we can come back to council.
Is there any indication of the numbers of people that are actually walking from Wood End to North Wood End to take advantage of the likes of McDonald's, Harvey Northern and the other commercial area in there?
I haven't undertaken a formal count, but that is something that we can look at. It's currently not a very attractive route because you are literally having to walk along the road shoulder to get through to the zoo.
Thank you.
But certainly there is anecdotal evidence that people are choosing to do so.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Redmond? Question? You've got a question? So I think I'm going to move it into seconded, so I'll come back in a second. Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question with recommendation Ian. Given the fact we are permanently postponing the works in Rangiora, would it be worthwhile circulating that to the Rangiora Ashley Community Board as well?
Yes, that's a very good suggestion.
So maybe a seconded, regular Ashley in there as well. Okay, any other questions? So are you moving Councillor Redmond as per the order paper with the addition of regular Ashley Community Board? Correct. Seconded is the same. Thank you. Do you wish to speak?
Just briefly, in my earlier days and probably still currently, I've not necessarily been a supporter of cycleways. A lot of them, not necessarily in this district but elsewhere, have been over-engineered, very expensive, and in my view a waste of money. They affected businesses, parking, and generally interrupted people going about their normal activities. However, I was very supportive of the Transport Choices funding for delivering the cycleway projects that this council looked at, in particular in Rangiora and the Wood End Kaiapoi cycleway. They weren't over-engineered. I think they were done at a realistic price, with the assistance of the Transport Choices funding that the previous government provided. They do provide an essential connectivity, especially for people in Wood End wanting to go down to Kaiapoi, for example. I don't think anyone in their right mind should be riding a bike on a state highway, given, well, the speed could possibly go back to 100, but hopefully will remain at 80 on that stretch. So these cycleway projects were, I believe, important to the district, but we have to be realistic, and that funding is no longer available. So I accept that without a subsidy these projects will not happen, and I think that's quite right. I don't think the burden should be placed on the ratepayer for the cost of all those projects. This report of yours, or the team, Karen and Joanne, is a very good summary of where we've got to. And I can't under-emphasise the importance of the connectivity between the area my colleague referred to as, was it North Wood End? Otherwise sometimes known colloquially as Ravenswood and Wood End. People are actually walking along there, and whilst a cycleway may not be ideal there, I certainly think a footpath is for connectivity between Ravenswood, Wood End North and Wood End South. This has been something that the Wood End Sefton Community Board has strongly advocated for, and it's a very important linkage to that area. I guess once the bypass is in, we'll have another look and see what impact that will have on our cycling and walking network and what changes may be required or what projects may be needed. So I'm very pleased to support these recommendations, which I think set out where we've got to, where we're at, and it's very real. So there's no gilding the lily. So thank you very much.
Yes, James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last time I checked, there was over 6,000 cyclists going over the Waimakariri main bridge heading into the Waimakariri district. And I look at the amount of cycles that are sitting outside of the various different businesses, the cafes and restaurants and bars in our district, and see that the economic benefit of having cycleways is certainly important to this district. And one important thing is that there's portions of the district that are actually missing out on the cycleway tourists, or the people that are on the cycles that are actually spending money in the district. So I'm all in favour of supporting that we increase the cycleway from Wood End to North Wood End, which is aka Ravenswood. But it's not so much a cycleway, it is actually going to be a shared path, and it's more for the actual walkers. Actually, the small people, or the young people that live in Wood End that want to take advantage of the retailers in Ravenswood. And so that's why I believe that we should vote in favour of this recommendation, and I congratulate the team for the work that they've done, because this isn't our road. We're going to be taking ownership of this road in the next 5 to 6 years, and we really need something to fix the issue in the short term. We've already seen residents cut the fence, so obviously they've taken it under their own, they've done it themselves to try and make it safe to walk down through to Ravenswood. So I believe that this quick fix, that we can get people moving from Wood End to Ravenswood, it's economic. Whilst it's not our road, it's a really good, safe option. So congratulations to the team, and I hope you all vote in favour of this recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm also going to support the recommendation. I endorse the comments that are made. Look, if at the end of the day NZTA do not approve that, it's a matter that will have to come back here for our consideration. But having a safe linkage to me is very important. We will push the case very hard with the NZTA as we have been. We've had Simon Bridges out, we've had ministers out. We've certainly pressed the case, and we will continue to do so, but ultimately that will be a call, if we're unsuccessful for this council to make. I don't want areas that are unsafe in this district, especially at such a busy exchange. My ideal would be in time that there was an underpass there. I've always thought that there should be a proper underpass that links Pegasus and Ravenswood. But let's see where the final design gets to and what the offering is with NZTA here, but at the very least a footpath linkage in a reduced state, as Councillor Redmond has mentioned, is what we really do need to see here for safety. I'm not for cycle lanes just being anywhere willy-nilly, as has been mentioned, but where there is a good business case behind it and where it's safe, and anyone that comes out here that uses our cycle lanes always talks about the great experience they have, and that's come through funding that's been was the John Key initiative in the first place. It got the one between Roniura and with the Passchendaele Path, and then the linkage between Rangiora and Wood End. The linkage between Kaiapoi and Wood End is the funding isn't there at the present stage, as we know. The Pack and Save one that we did look at was only being advanced because we, I think it was around 70% funding, and when that funding went, it just wasn't a viable option to be considered. So I agree with Councillor Redmond that really where the funding isn't there, we do have to be realistic. When there was good funding there that was worthy of consideration at that point. But I want to acknowledge all the effort that goes in by our staff to prepare this. It's a huge amount of work. The consultation we went through also, there was some very strong feedback that we got through that time, and I think the staff managed that really well. It's quite a frustrating world we live in at times, where we get provided funding and the work to get on with it, and then it's removed. And then we've got to, as a consequence, then adjust our budgets and our priorities. But just acknowledge the effort that goes in by our team. Thank you for coming up with this option. we'll do our best now to support it and hopefully get it over the line. Who are the speakers? Councillor Fulton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my contribution would be just in terms of how we might see Woodend now and into the future. We can play around with words, but I think the passage of people from whatever we call it, Woodend to Ravenswood or Woodend North shows that actually there is only one Woodend now, you know, and that this is a set of fancy gates and shopping centre, but it's a subdivision. It's Woodend, and we need to get to grips with that and plan and design for it, just like we do for other towns. I think the distinction is quite artificial. It's been there in the past. Just by way of example, my time around Woodend, the school had no Ravenswood, they only had Woodend kids, you know, and so that's just an observation there. As far as the actual form of transport, I see it as it's a corridor for the movement of people. And I don't really care whether they're on a penny farming or on a mountain bike or they're on inline skates. They're actually people who need to move from point A to B, and that's why we've got the situation at the moment, people going through a fence or going through a dispute. And I understand about over-engineering. I'm sometimes frustrated about that with our cycleways. But I am a supporter of people moving safely from point A to B. In this case, they'll be moving through Woodend, so I think it's good reason to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Nance?
Just really wanted to say well done in making the best out of what you've got here. We've had moving funding goalposts, and I think that this is a sensible rationalization of projects with the funding envelope that we have left, given the NZTA withdrawal of funding. And it will also allow us to fix the road to nowhere. So thanks for juggling things to make it work to get the most pressing needs done now.
Further speakers, just before I call for a reply, just to acknowledge both the Chair of the Community Board, Shona, and also Rhonda, who are present. Community Board have been very strong in their advocacy here, so thank you for your work and also your presence here today. Councillor Rubin, would you like to reply if you wish?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor. I'm aware of other possible developments in the Woodend area that will actually increase the need and desirability of this path. That path is an exception to the rule of no subsidy, no new cycleways. I see the Woodend path, shall we call it, the footpath, as essential and an exception. And it's relatively low cost and it's going to have a great benefit to the community. And I hadn't realised that some board colleagues are here present to make sure, I guess, that this happens. At the end of the day, this particular section of State Highway 1 through Woodend will be transferred to the council, and we will have, I guess, more control at that time. But before that happens, we need the Woodend bypass to be completed. So anyhow, it's a good report, and thank you very much, Julie and Kieran. I realise how much work Kieran did and his team on setting up these cycleways. To see them all sort of come crashing down with the change of government. So I guess that's one of the risks of doing this type of work. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Declare that carried. Thank you. Thanks, Kieran. You can remain, Jerry, if you like, and Rob, I think, is going to join you now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I do note that the camera seems to swivel and pivot, so here we are. So it's a bit of a manual operation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you will feature, Councillor Rubin.
That wasn't the point.
I do know. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This report seeks approval to apply to the National Infrastructure Commission's
national infrastructure priority program. There are more acronyms than what this report. My apologies for that. For the Eastern District's strategic voting program to be part of that we describe as a national priority. So the infrastructure priorities program will be, it's a standardised assessment process, but it will come up with a schedule, a list of projects across the country that will be considered a national priority of infrastructure projects. It's not competitive, as in this program in there wouldn't be competing with another program, for example. It is an ever-ending list, if you like, of national priorities, but there are benefits in it to council, despite the fact that it doesn't carry unlimited funding associated with it. When we do have those discussions, as we do with NZTA and other potential funders, to be able to be described as a national priority, of course, adds considerable weight to that discussion, while not being able to call it a national priority would weaken the case as well. Therefore, our advice is that it is worth seeking to be included on the list. The program itself, the Eastern District Strategic Voting Program or Transport Program, is what you already have in terms of what is in the long-term plan and the Transport Asset Management Plan and the other strategies that we have. And it is really just bringing that existing program together and present in a particular way that's suitable for this purpose. So I'm not suggesting that there is anything new in there, simply a repackaging of the program that you already have. So that probably summarises the report and what we put together. Joanne has anything to add? Take any questions?
Just to add, that is a great piece of supporting strategic which I think just reinforces the case that we have for the needs that we have within the transport network in our district. So Rob has done fantastic work on this. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Fulton, then followed by Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. Do you believe that any of this show actually being classified as a would it have any bearing on the fast track process, on the merits of a fast track application, whether you're in the system, or is this two different streams of government? Is it an advantage or not to be in the fast track?
I think that this is a soft advantage rather than a hard advantage. So they're not connected through the different acts and regulations and so on. But I think when we consider a program that's been through the testing process that the National Infrastructure Commission will give it, and then assuming we are successful being included on the list, provides that soft weight around those discussions that we'll be having with funding parties and so on, and also in terms of those consenting processes. So no, there's no automatic transfer from the NIP to the fast track act, but it is a useful part, a supporting part of the conversation.
Meaning that we've done some of the homework to get to this stage to qualify, so that we have our case, we're better prepared for.
Yes, that's right, and be able to think about this as a coherent overall program as opposed to a group of individual projects. Also, I think that is an important part of that conversation. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, and thank you for your very extensive report, and well done for pulling all this together to get it there by the 17th of April. My question is, just could you clarify, do we need in this application to define the contributions required by government in the application to actually execute these different programs, i.e. 25% NZTA, 25% council and 50% perhaps development contributions, as is in the Eastern Link Road. Would that help our application?
So we've minimised the discussion at this point around funding sources. really are seeking to define it as a national priority, regardless of where the funding is. So from the point of the infrastructure priority program, the potential funding sources is not something I'm really considering. It does come later on in their process, and it obviously it's very important for the council's process, clearly. So there are within the background of the document some of that information, but we haven't really brought it forward because it's not the key criteria that they're looking at. But I think you make a very relevant point when we come to the later stages around the value for money for Crown in terms of their investments.
And subsequent to that, also there's a program and a timeline that might help your decision, because it's not required all at once. It's in our long-term plan, and it's required over a period of 5 or 6 years. And so, therefore, really, I believe that the splitting up of the year by year of the funding required might be required by us, might help our case, perhaps.
There's a question coming in there, isn't there?
Yeah, the question is, do we put in our application a timeline of when we might require additional funding to complete these projects?
My advice is that we don't need to. The audience for the funding and the timing is really NZTA. Whereas this is in a way a different audience, and it is perhaps the easiest path to successfully achieving inclusion on the plan is to keep it simpler rather than more complicated. So my advice is to do that. Meanwhile, there are plenty of discussions that Joanne and others are having with NZTA around those long-term funding.
So it's more about resilience and efficiency.
This is getting into debate category.
Sorry.
Thank you. Any further questions? We have a mover. Do you wish to move? Councillor Ward, seconded by. I'll second it. Do you wish to speak, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. I think we're very, very fortunate in our council to have the expertise and the quality of engineers that we have in our roading department to actually pull all this together in a very short space of time to make this application and get it on the table by the 17th of April. This has been huge. You've not only put one, you've put the whole network that we require in the near future to complete and look after the safety and the growth of our district on our roads. And so I just applaud you all for the work that you do. Good luck. We're right behind you.
Endorse those remarks. Thank you very much, Tim. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. If you like, Jane, for the next one. 7.4. Is it you and Shane? Is Shane joining you?
Just me today.
Thank you.
So I will actually like to take this report as read, but just note that this submission relates to NZTA's current consultation on the State Highway 1 south of Woodend. They are currently consulting on whether the road will remain at 80, is currently posted, or increase back to 100 to meet the requirements of the new 7-speed limit road. This follows on from the workshop which was held with the council a couple of weeks ago, and the draft submission is attached. Happy to take any questions.
Questions? You are happy to move? You seconding that, Councillor Edmund?
No question.
Yes.
And I'm happy to second that. Thank you for the report, Jane. It's a very good one. How do Kotahi or NZTA assess these submissions? Do weight of numbers influence them, or do we know what sort of criteria they're going to use to assess whether to change State Highway 1 back to 100?
I assume they will be assessing all the feedback that they are receiving. I certainly think weight of numbers would be something that they would be considering as part of that. I haven't had that specific discussion with them, but I think it's fairly standard practice to consider, what is the majority asking of you for the responses in the consultation period.
We have any further questions? We have Mover, Mayor and Second Councillor Redmond. Do you wish to speak?
I think the report is comprehensive. It tells you exactly what you need to know. It makes no sense to have speed limits going up and down the whole time. When when the motorway goes through, the decision should be made then on what the speed limit should be through there and how it will be effective to the changes. But between now and then, it makes no sense to just have it going up and down just because they can.
Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. I agree with what Deputy Mayor Atkinson said, plus the reasons in the submission are all very valid and reasons why it should stay at 80. And I note I seem to have upset a resident in Lowburn by supporting this, but I hope it's listening, and unfortunately you can't see me.
You can see.
Well, no, I'm not on.
Let's move the camera around.
Yeah. Oh, right there.
Some of you anyway.
Perhaps get your vision tested.
Yes, yes. My main reason for supporting this is one of safety, and the fact very rarely could you ever do 100 k's on that stretch of road. Whenever I use it, it's highly congested, and you're lucky if you can do 50 k's. So whilst I certainly wasn't in favour of blanket speed reductions by the last government, there are areas where a lesser speed is appropriate. And the Motueka Valley is another one I discovered last month where 100 k is totally inappropriate. But anyhow, so I think 80 is a reasonable speed, and I certainly endorse the submission and ask you all to do so.
I'm also going to endorse the submission. It makes sense to keep it as it is for the present time. Let's see what happens post the bypass, which was the view that we took when we had a discussion in a workshop. I don't mind what the government's doing in this space, revisiting where it makes sense to do so, but it doesn't. It's not many times you go in that stretch of road where it isn't congested at certain times. We're all aware of those set times. It's just not safe. The number of incidences I hear anecdotally when I attend the fire brigade boards or other things down there that they're attending also, it's a very busy stretch. So I think it would be a mistake to raise it through here, and I hope, as you indicate, Councillor Redmond, we're not clear about how exactly that will be determined. I hope it's not just not a blanket for the sake of it. The good argument is sort of the other the government could be looking at is all these women raised tables that are just appearing out of nowhere. Cranford Street, it's ridiculous. Coming through there, it's got a controlled intersection there. All of a sudden, this raised tables appear. I was coming through, coming to Wellington the other day. Always go around the bay through there. Raised tables appeared through there as well. I know we've resisted strongly at various times when NZTA, especially in Southbrook, when we were looking through there, they were going to insist that that be part of the funding arrangement. It just doesn't make sense, in my personal opinion. I don't think it adds at all. So that itself could be revisited, in my personal opinion. There may be some instances where it makes sense to start at Cranford Street. I just really can't see the case for that. And the feedback I'm getting is people aren't particularly happy with what others are saying in that regard, but I just state that for the sake of completeness in terms of some decisions which to me don't make sense. Any further speakers? Councillor Blakey.
Yes, I'll support what's been said. In my role, going up to Tikahaka a lot in the last couple of months, I've used that road as much as probably as any other councillor. And I've reached the stage now, maybe I'm just getting overcautious in my old age, but I won't stop and turn into Sandhill Road anymore. Sitting on a main
main highway, even at 80 k's, on a bend with a high crash rate, sitting to find a gap in the traffic, it's just stupidity. That road is dangerous, full stop. And yeah, as I think Brent said, or somebody said, reassess it after the bypass is in. In the meantime, strongly support keeping it down to 80. And of course, both our local community boards are strongly in support of this. It would be most inappropriate to go against their desires as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Rather than aye. I'll put the recommendation then. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Thanks, Joanne. Our 7.5, Alicia.
Yes, Mr. Can I just raise it? I don't believe I have a conflict on this, but I won't be voting on the recommendation.
Okay.
Just given that I'm the
Chair
chair
of
of
the
the district licensing.
Thanks, Alicia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report seeks council approval to undertake public consultation on draft alcohol bylaw 2025 from late April to May. The purpose of this alcohol control bylaw is to minimize alcohol-related harm in public places within the district. We also request council to appoint a hearing panel to hear submissions in maybe late June. The existing alcohol control bylaw 2018 was adopted in 2018 and it is operationally valid until September 2025. Staff have now completed the review of this bylaw and result is the alcohol control bylaw 2025 version. Our review involved 3 steps. First, we analyzed the content of Alcohol Control Bylaw 2018 to assess the clarity and to understand whether it complies with the existing relevant legislation. Then we consulted 17 stakeholders to understand their perception on bylaws' effectiveness and to gather suggestions for improvement. All the stakeholders, including New Zealand Police, agreed that this bylaw is effective, and also they mentioned that all the existing alcohol ban areas are still necessary for public health and safety. Finally, we analyzed police crime statistics to understand the prevalence of alcohol-related harm in public places within the district. The data shows an increasing trend of alcohol-related crimes in public places in line with the growing population. Approximately 380 alcohol-related crimes in public places are reported annually. Section 155 report attached to this council report will provide you more details about the stakeholder consultation and policy statistics on alcohol-related crimes in public places. This review provided evidence that alcohol control bylaw is the most appropriate tool available for the council to regulate alcohol harm in public places. So staff recommend that the council revoke the existing bylaw, that means alcohol control bylaw 2018, and adopt version 2025, which will have essentially the same impact as the expiring bylaw. If I explain it a bit more, this Alcohol Control Bylaw 2018 was supposed to be reviewed by October 2023, but the review was completed after the due date. Due to the timing of the review, Local Government Act requires the Council to consider this draft Alcohol Bylaw 2025 as a new bylaw. All the changes we have proposed for the draft bylaw are minor. For example, we have included some definitions and new bylaw clauses to enhance the clarity and understandability of the bylaw. Though these changes are minor, Council still need to consult the public before adopting the draft bylaw 2025 version. Finally, we request Council to nominate General Manager, Strategy, Engagement and Economic Development to approve minor changes to Statement of Proposal and the draft Alcohol Bylaw 2025 if needed before the public consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadisha. I note the community boards have been consulted according to the recommendations on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the DRC, our District Licensing Committee, consulted?
No, we didn't, because we did council briefing on this bylaw review, and all the community boards were consulted, and this was discussed with the management team because we didn't consult the DLC. We thought it will be a conflict of interest.
Right. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Questions, Councillor Kings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any reason why Karaki Beach is not included in the beach settlement, along with also the Pegasus and the Ravenswood or the North Wood End section of Wood End and also Mandeville as part of the bylaw as well?
During the review process, we received 2 to 3 proposals for introducing alcohol bans in Pegasus and Ravenswood. Mainly the Pegasus, for the Pegasus city centre, town centre. Then we contact police to get the evidence because the community who made the proposal couldn't provide us sufficient evidence to make a decision, because this bylaw need to be supported by evidence. Then we contact the police. They made a report for us, and this report revealed that there are nearly 115 alcohol-related antisocial activities happening in Pegasus town annually. But police think that it is not a significant amount of significant number of crimes to justify an alcohol ban. And we even did a briefing with the Woodend Sector Community Board on this matter. So as we don't have any evidence to justify alcohol bans, Pegasus and Ravenswood, we didn't include it.
Supplementary question, in terms of the beach settlement, there is a line in the sand, literally, forgive the pun. So is there a borderline to say that on one side there is effectively an alcohol ban and on the other there isn't? You've got a drawing on page 146. So is there a line? Like is there a demarcation as to where that line is on the beach?
What is the map here?
It relates to the beach settlement one, which on diligence of 147.
It's your page 20.
And so as people know that yes, you can drink on this side, but you can't drink on the other.
You have
next time.
So this is a beach settlements alcohol ban. So I can't give you an answer now. I will research on it and come back to you on it. Thank you.
Okay, so you'll come back with a clarification on that. So does that, just working out how that stands. So is it a major issue from your perspective, Councillor Cairns, that you want to see that revisited before this goes out?
No, it's more of a clarity, so as people know that there's an alcohol ban on one side of potentially a line in the sand versus the other.
Perhaps if staff could be, sorry, that'd be great. Something come back before the end of the meeting, clarify that, but it's, okay. Further questions? Councillor Fulton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking through to page 180, the Schedule 1 alcohol ban areas maps. Ashley Gorge, it has a particular reference to excluding campsites and such buildings as may be designated by the camping ground caretaker. We don't see that provision in other camping grounds, other areas. It seems that, is there a reason for that camping ground operators got that particular discretion in that area? And designate one building and another, or, yeah, didn't seem to fit within that one bylaw sort of treatment.
Yes, actually, based on the review, we didn't make any changes to the existing alcohol ban.
Yeah.
So we are going to keep them as it is.
And for some reason, why is it there? Why is it there? Why do we have camping ground operated deciding without building will be used?
Again, I don't have an answer
It
for
would be
that.
useful to know. I just like.
Just get some clarification on that. I'll just look here. So the people who go down to the Ashley Gorge are not allowed to sit with their picnic and have a glass of wine in that camping ground area because it's being broken every day of the week, if that is the case.
Yes, there is. Yeah, that's another point.
If you can't drink there are Christmas functions, there are car functions, there are functions that are there possibly 3 to 4 days a week. And all would include, well, I say all, generally all would include. Could I just have some clarification on that, because I was a bit unaware of that. I've been there, I must have put my hand up, and so if that's the case, I've broken the law myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Perhaps,
Yeah, we will come back with an answer.
I think perhaps we lay this on the table and start to do some further clarification on that and come back before the end of the meeting. Is there any other clarifications before we do that? Councillor Manners?
I've got one of my own, but just to that point that's just been made, Ashley Gorge is only included in here on New Year's Eve. It's not a blanket. That, as well as the beach settlements and whatnot. Those are from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. on New Year's Eve. So it's not all the time. It's just the towns that are 365 a year.
Why would New Year's Eve be included there? But anyway, that's a matter we need to clarify.
My personal question, however, is Rob, the conversation that we had at the Drug and Alcohol Harm Prevention Steering Group, some of the possible things that we might like to look at there, were any of those things that should be included in this, or is that more of that?
Nikki, thanks for your question. They are separate. I think we'll keep them separate. So we don't need to look at our whole
Yes, and just making sure that none of those need to be inserted in there. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think, is there any other questions? I think it's not so much laying on the table, we'll just come back to this item before we finish our meeting. So if you can get some clarity on those, we might just have a workshop to clarify those, and then we'll come back to make a decision if there's any changes that come as a result of that. All right. Everyone happy with that? Okay, so we'll just leave that for the time being. And if you could come back before we conclude today, and our CE will communicate with you around the time, because it depends on how we're going with our other matters, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so now 7.6, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take the report as read in relation to the electoral candidate names on the voting papers.
Random orders, the same as we've done for multiple elections, as I recall since I've been here. All right, any questions, Sarah? We're prepared to move. Moved, Councillor Redmond, seconded, Councillor Wood, do you wish to speak?
Just briefly, this is continuing the current practice, and Councillor Blackie and I just commented, he probably favours alphabetical. If somebody lower down the alphabet, I favour Redmond. And I think Redmond is certainly fairer, and Councillor Blackie and I will compare vote results later. So this is just continuing the existing provisions, and it is interesting. I'm not sure how they managed to do the voting papers, because every voting paper essentially could be different from the next one. So it is very fair. Nobody gets, scrambled and that's it. It's sort of, I think it's very fair actually. Nobody has an advantage, so I support it, even though my name doesn't go with that.
Can't be better. Councillor Wood, do you wish to speak? Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. 7.7.
I'll take this report as read, lots of aspects here, just approving the small amendment to the conference policy for elected members, and also seeking councillors to attend the upcoming zone conference.
Sarah, I don't have a problem with the policy as it stands, but I would like remaining as it has been. I know it hasn't been stated, but myself and the Chief Executive have had the ability to prove outside of that. Might be a case where there's 3 members that put their hand up and it makes good sense for them to go. So I don't mind it being a little bit more clearer, so that there's the ability, but there's some wording in there that gives the ability for the Mayor and Chief Executive to make a decision outside, words that affect.
We need that line.
I think it just in general across the board just gives a bit more flexibility. Might be a good reason, like Deputy Mayor, for instance, might be presenting a paper at Zone 5 and 6 or at National Conference, who knows. If we just have that discretion, I think that would be helpful. Does anyone disagree with that? If we can add that into the policy.
Question,
Councillor Fulton.
just a question around sort of expectation or flexibility of attendance, say when there's an event in Wellington or Auckland or Queenstown. I mean, I would have liked to have attended this year, and I could have had better thoughts on family commitments, and so is it normal practice that someone could be able to attend for 3/4 of the day and fly home? I know it's ideal to be away for 2 days, but not all of us can commit to 2 days. Or parts of a session, that sort of thing. I just sort of feel it's the general expectation that we're there for the duration. It's not workable for everyone.
When it's out of town and out of Canterbury, there are financial implications with the budget restrictions that we have.
Well, you could be there at Wellington, you could be there back in the day. Everyone works.
I think that's where a bit of discretion comes into play, but my personal view is if you put your hand up, there's a lot of money to get you up and down, that you're there for that time, because otherwise, and some of that time is the social time actually, where you get to spend that time with colleagues and other colleagues from around the country. It's where there's real value, but it's where a little discretion, I think, to make those calls would be helpful. And as far as the zone conference goes, I think any councillor that wants to go, this particular, it's in Christchurch. We haven't settled on the final amount yet. It's off that ballpark, Sarah. We're just still working on that at the moment. But it's not in the grand scheme of things. If you really want to go, then anyone that wants to put hand up for that because there's no accommodation costs with that. So it was, who would like to go to the zone conference? Says Joe. So just anyone not, so Councillor Blakey doesn't, Councillor Bryan, you want to go, don't? No. Williams? So everyone except Councillor Williams, Goldsworthy, Bryan and Blakey. Fair, fair? So all those names are going. Any other questions of Sarah? So I'm happy to move as per the order paper with the addition of those councillors. So that would be Atkinson, Ward, Cairns, Mealings, Fulton, Redmond. And with who's attending? Oh yeah, that's right, that's the zone conference, yeah, and the rest is as per, and with that addition in the paper which we've already talked about. So then someone please second that? Councillor Ward. Just in discussion, I think there's great value in members attending those. We've got to always be mindful of budget and costs. That's why when we did go to the zone conference, the Board of Government and Rural and Provincial, we travelled up that day to avoid additional accommodation. Because it does cost a lot of money to get people there, but equally do want to see that members get that opportunity. And at the All of Government Forum there were some very good speakers, and so we were able to hear from those particular speakers, especially the Minister of Local Government, and there was an Australian speaker which was very helpful just to understand what's going on in the Australian context within local government. So, but also to hear from other colleagues what's going on around the country, especially in respect to healthcare. Very useful for the current conversation we've got in our community. The zone conference I'm organising as the zone chair. We're just in the stages of putting that together at the moment, and that will be at Christchurch Airport, the Novotel in there, and I expect that there will be a very good attendance from around the South Island, and we're at this stage we've got some very good speakers coming, so it'll be worth those members while that are able to get along. Any further speakers? Councillor Ward?
I just must reiterate that the recent local government conference in Wellington was very, very valuable. It was very intense. Only comment I would make when we go away again, having finished at a meeting at 7 o'clock the night before and up at 4 o'clock the next morning, and full-on conference all day, I tell you what, a lot of people, myself included, were shattered by the end of the day. So if in future I'm selected and we go away like that, I'd be happy to pay my own accommodation for an additional night, because I just felt what was asked of us that was just a bit tough. But I thought it was a very good conference and I enjoyed it very much and got a lot out of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ward. Any further speakers? Councillor Mealings, then Redmond.
Thank you. I do support what's being put forward in these recommendations, and particularly for discussion with a number of people that can go to local Christchurch-based conferences, because we're day students, so to speak, rather than boarders. We don't have the travel expenses, we don't have the accommodation, we don't have any of those kind of things that we would otherwise incur if we were going away. And it is important to get a chance to network and talk with other elected members and what's going on in their districts, what their challenges are, what their opportunities are, what their perhaps solutions to things are and whatnot, and what might work here, or conversely to be able to share things that work well here that they might be able to try to get better results for their people where they are. So I think that networking opportunity, aside from just hearing speakers and workshops and things, is actually quite important. That's why there are networking forums for all manner of things up and down the country in all sectors. So, local government is no different. A lot of the important conversations happen person to person
when you're not sitting in an auditorium. And to get people all in one place like that is valuable, and to be able to do it locally, roll out of bed, go to a conference and come home, sleep in your own bed, eat your own dinner at night is priceless. So I support this, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I support the recommendation as you've amended it, Mr. Mayor. I think attending Zone 5 and 6, as well as other conferences, are part of the job really, and I find the whole meeting invaluable. I do sympathise with Councillor Ward. It was a long day and it was an early start, but nonetheless it was still worthwhile. And I came back with a few takeaways and had my portfolio meeting with Roding on Monday to discover the Chief Executive had beaten me to it and was asking about REACH, the Road Efficiency Group. So and we'll be bringing something back to the Council about that at some point. So I even felt they're so valuable that on at least one occasion I've paid my own fees to go. Where I haven't been selected, because there is a cost to the council, and I did surprise the mayor on that meeting. He wasn't expecting to see me, but that was a good meeting. That was rural and provincial in Wellington. So I would encourage all colleagues, you build up networks, you get to know other colleagues and other councils, and personally I find it invaluable. I realise there's a cost, but I think there's probably even a bigger cost if you don't go. So I encourage you to attend the fable. Thank you.
Thank you for the speakers. And I think that's why I just asked for that flexibility, because where possible, we always try to accommodate. We can't accommodate everyone because there is limits there. But while in Wellington, was able to do some other things, including attending a mayor with Canterbury, other Canterbury meeting with other Canterbury mayors, with Minister Bishop in the Beehive, where he was talking about other reforms that he's undertaking and considering, and I was able to raise directly in that discussion the impact that we're having in our district with the number of solar farm applications that are coming through, and also that you might want to speed things up, you might want to get more quarries through and things like that the government talked through. I said, but the very real consequences is that we then get undesired outcomes like landfills, which we do not want in this district. And so other mayors were able to also say, well, that's similar things happening in our district. So in talking to the Minister directly, those opportunities come along either in those forums or in outside discussions, so they are invaluable. So attending those, we get a lot out of them. So I'd always like to see us have the ability to be represented there. So with that, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. And thank you, Sarah and the team, for all the logistics getting us organised to get to those places. It's appreciated. All right, we're now at item 8, which is the 8.1, which is the Rangiora Stormwater Management Plan for approval. That's not a webinar, so who's presenting it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report seeks approval to submit the Rangiora Stormwater Management Plan through to Environment Canterbury. You'll recall that we got our consent for the Rangiora area in 2021 with a requirement to develop the first stormwater management plan by 2025. So this is a document that would be regularly updated every 3 to 5 years, and it sets out how we will achieve compliance with the Land and Water Regional Plan and the consent objectives by 2040. So this stormwater management plan has been circulated to the Zone Committee and the Runanga, as well as gone through the Rangiora Community Board and Uruguay Department. So while this stormwater management plan covers Rangiora in itself, there will be some other reports coming in the future related to Kaipoi, Woodend and Oxford as well. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, associating this with community board during your Sefton. What about the receiving community boards? Has this been to them for any comment? Kaiwoi receives it.
No, it hasn't. Effectively, what this shows is what is our plan over time to improve the quality. So part of it goes into the Ashley River, but part of it also goes into the Three Books, Cam River, and into the Kaipuri River, like I said. So it hasn't specifically gone to the Kaipuri Tuahiwi Community Board, but it has been via the UNR Committee.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not allergic to this report, but can I ask, given the height of river matters that are happening around the Kaipuri River and the area that this then gets socialised with the Kaipuri Community Board and is Kawaja Mewi, so that they actually know what's going on up here?
Well, if you just put that to the recommendation, I think it's a good point that it circulates through the Kaipuri to the community board. You okay with that?
Yep.
I think it's a very fair point. All right, any further questions? Do you want to move that?
Oh, happy to move.
So A and then with a B circulates the KTCB. Seconder? Oh, seconder. Oh, did you put? I just missed the hands as I was going up. Councillor Redmond can second that. Do you wish to speak?
No.
Councillor Redmond?
No other than to say it was fully discussed at UNR and it's a good report. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, and I do endorse those comments. It is a very good report. Thank you for the work that's been done on that. But I do think it's important, particularly with the downstream, that particularly like the Kaipuri Tuahiwi Community Board are made aware of those, and perhaps in the future it's just that they're included as part of the consultation, because it does affect the community, and I think it's a really good report. Any further speakers? Councillor Bolton?
I'd just like to note that the consultation with our Economic Zone Committee, the work that's gone through there, just personal observation, I see the work being done here as a real opportunity for a relationship with urban catchment groups. Particularly since council's done so much work with its with the regional authorities, and much technical support work is the basis for a plan, and to engage community groups if they're not there already. I think we can really do something really quite good with the Roundura and also surrounding catchment groups.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Right, apply push. Yeah, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. If you can pass our thanks on to Sophie as well. Thank you. Right, we now come to item 9.1, which is the health, safety and wellbeing report. Chief Executive.
Yes, thank you. We'll take the report has been read. If you observe it, there's only 12 incidences for this month, 0 hours. It says 30 in there, but there's only 12 in the report. We're continuing to get a lot of abuse of staff and adverse interactions, which is quite concerning. And quite a few of those are involved in police as well. Any happy questions?
Thank you. Questions of the CE? There's the recommendation. I'm happy to move. Someone will be the second. Councillor Goldsworthy, just to say that I am noting those items listed under the staff, and that's unacceptable. Especially was a number, but the one that occurred in our, if you would say that, really distressed that particular staff member, and it was completely unacceptable behaviour. Any abuse or any attitude along those lines is just completely unacceptable. Staff have either undertake a job as our elected members, and they deserve to do it respectfully. No one should be put at risk. We've been raising consistently at a national level the level of abuse that a lot of members are at and face. We're not the only council that has that level of interest, shall we say, that unfortunately derives some certain behaviours which are undesirable and unacceptable. All well and good in a democracy to hear points of view, absolutely, but and those sort of things. But when it crosses a line, it's unacceptable, and as the CD mentions, the appropriate place is rest with police. But it's not good to note that it's not a good thing to see occurring, and hopefully that isn't something that continues. Seconder, wish to speak?
Nothing further to add.
Any further speakers? Right, I put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Right, we now come to community board minutes for information. So 10.1 and 10.2. Someone prepared to move Councillor Manning, seconded Councillor Blackie. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Come to my diary, Mayor's diary, pages 308 to 310. Any questions? Someone prepared to move? Deputy Mayor, seconded. Councillor Keynes, do you wish to speak? Any further speakers? I've got that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. We come to council portfolio updates. We'll see how we're going for time, but I really would like to break us about 1 o'clock for March weekend. So under EV relationships, I have nothing to report at this point. And the same with the Greater Christchurch Partnership update, other than there's a partnership meeting on Friday. Government reforms, I think we're hearing those continuing. 3 Waters, we're about to go out with our consultation with our community on especially 3 Waters, but on Friday we were made aware by the Minister of changes potentially in development contributions and a few other matters. So I'm sure over time is that they're understood as the will brief us on the consequences of those, whether that's a good thing or not. I'm not sure at this point until we understand the ramifications of those, but understand the reasons why the government are looking to do some of the changes, but what the implications are here we need to understand. Any questions on those? Canterbury Water Management Strategy, Councillor Holton.
It's just been a period of relatively low activity as we sort of get to the home straight of the zone committees. A couple more meetings to come. Just would note that we've had circulated a technical report with sort of the state of play of zone committees and some of the feedback from the zone committees as to how future body might work. I did actually share with some of my zone committee members. I had a concern that this is largely focused on the administration and representation of the bodies that are involved, which is fine. And I felt there was a disconnect with encouraging catchment groups. But I'm assured by some of my colleagues that work has been done in the Mayoral Forum. There is real consideration of sort of grassroots catchment groups and the sort of things that we've discussed as a zone committee. So we'll wait to see. I know there's some talk with around Mayoral Forum as to how the body may shape up. So we sit and wait, really. Yeah, that's probably enough for me now.
Thank you. Any questions of Councillor Portman? Thank you. Just on the water we were invited, the Deputy Mayor, myself and some of our staff to a meeting around the Kaipoi River. So that was a couple of weeks ago, so there'll be some follow-ups that occur from that, I would say, Councillor Portman, so and some other matters. So around the topic of the zone committees, there isn't a decision made.
Well, I was just going to ask just that to raise a question for me as Mayor May. The Kaipoi River Group, is that envisaged as a representative body for all the Kaipoi around the catchment group? I know there have been bodies there in the past.
No decision's been made there. There's a group of residents that have brought together some issues. There'll be some further presentation back to them on the issues they've raised, but I don't know, it's too early to say whether that's got any, I'm not seeing it's got a standing at this stage, but let's just see where that gets to, and that'll be a matter for this council to determine in due course. I think that would be fair. Okay. Climate change and sustainability council meetings. We're not going to get to the staff report before lunch, so if you've come for that, is that what you've come for?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might just come back after lunch, I think. Save you all sitting there. We'll just finish these reports. We're going to break at 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock. So after 1:30, 1:30ish, we'll be back. All right, save you sitting there and waiting. Okay. Climate change, sustainability council meetings.
Yes, thank you. There are quite a few projects that are just underway, ticking over nicely, but just a couple that I'll mention here. At the moment, we are doing the rest of council assets climate risk assessment, which you may recall that we've done, the Three Waters team has done one previously. And now the council's infrastructure resilience team have been engaged to deliver this project for the rest of our assets and are currently scoping that. And they're carrying out interviews with asset managers to sort of understand their requirements and whatnot. And they are meeting with the Three Waters team to discuss the lessons that they learned from their assessment, which was completed by WAS. That's really important that we actually understand what needs to be taken into consideration when we're planning asset management plans. So it's quite important stuff to get done. Resilience Explorer is up and running, and a meeting is going to be held with Urban Intelligence this week to discuss ways of plugging the data gaps that we've got and improving the reliability of the information we've got before we can roll it out across the organization. That you may recall has got some really awesome applications for civil defense emergencies and all sorts. It really just helps us understand when you plug all the moving pieces in during varying disasters or what events that could happen, who might be cut off, what plans might we need to have in place, how do we basically look after our people in the event of ABC emergency. And last one I'll mention is the Future Coasts National Pilot Study on the impact of rising groundwater has been completed, and the results of that work relating to the Ashley-Waimakariri coastal area will be reported back to our staff for feedback on the 13th of March. And they would like to know if council might like a presentation on the findings when they are presented to us. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any questions of council members? Thank you. International relationships and public housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, NJK is coming up, so we'll be obviously we will be talking to Passchendaele at some point, supplying them with the photos afterwards, and as they do with us. So just keep your eyes open for that when that comes around. The other one, international relations, had a meeting with a delegation from Honiara, the Solomon Islands. There were 3 representatives here. They had a councillor, deputy mayor, and the general manager, CE, here, and they were over here basically trying to get governance sorted out for themselves over there. There's some governance over there that they feel they could take from here and use in their own situation, and they're trying to bolster that. Their country is obviously an extremely poor country, unfortunately, but they are trying desperately to move that on and improve themselves, which is to be absolutely applauded. And Chris Brown and Simon, of course, are involved in what's happening with Honiara, and we hope to offer advice, which I believe some things have already been taken up, and they improve their status of governance and can move into becoming a country which is far better than they are at the present time. So it was a very good meeting, and they really appreciated the time that we gave them to pass on what we do, so that they can take it back with them. That's that on international relations.
Thank you. Any questions of the Deputy Mayor? Thank you for hosting them. Was it through our connection with Chris Brown? Yeah, oh, great. Well done.
And probably at the moment there's not much happening. We've got the next meeting coming up. I can't remember when it is now. It's in my diary, so it'll be before the next council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions of the Deputy Mayor? All right, well, that's portfolios. So I've got no questions. Understanding orders, general business, understanding orders. The next item will be, well, we're going to pub, but I'll do public excluded when we come back in.
Is that the one that they come back with?
Yes. So if they want to come back, do you want to, we can deal with that. When you think they'll have an answer for that?
After lunch.
Yeah, so if we do it straight after lunch, all right, and then we'll go into PX. All right, so we'll break now for lunch. I'd say probably 40 minutes. We're back at 20 to 2. starting to look forward to my bubble tea. So, anyone try the new bubble tea store here in the town? Well, it's a revelation.
I have to actually put a plug in support.
I won't mention the other things because I know it counts the hands as mine is gone.
It's a young entrepreneur, 21-year-old guy owns it, and it's awesome. So support it. Keep it here.
We'll have to all go there. All right, let's keep moving. So we're at 7.5. So how have we got on with that additional information?
Very well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the good questions. Take a quick look into some answers which we can provide you with very quickly. Just noting, probably important to note, the bylaw, the draft bylaw that's in front of you for consultation is not substantially different to what was in place previously. So none of the questions you've asked necessarily relate to changes in the bylaws, but they are good questions nonetheless. So there was a question around designation of alcohol by the waters around the beach areas and whether they are not permitted. So these have been in place since around the mid-1990s and upon the request of the police, back on those occasions as an antisocial behaviour, the bylaw has been working really well in that respect and beach areas are covered by the maps, but we agree that it could be hard to delineate as to where they are when you're actually on the beach. We have got the ability to put signage in, of course, if we think that is required, although in more recent times the bylaw seems to have been doing the role and it doesn't seem to be an enormous issue, but we have got that tool at our disposal. That would be part of course, an implementation process as opposed to holding up this consultation of the draft document itself. But yes, we have that tool at our disposal. There was also a question about the Ashley Gorge campground. We've had another look at the maps. The campground itself is not part of the ban area. It's the reserve public areas and river areas around the public areas around it. As noted by the Chief Executive earlier, I think that the campground operator brings from time to time buildings onto the site and he's able to ban alcohol from those buildings in his own right as well. The big issue there, of course, and why it wasn't included at other campgrounds is there was, in the past again, some issues with it being a holiday location and some alcohol-related issues in those public areas around the campground. So it's brought in, as I understand it, it's working well. There isn't much of an issue now, but the police are quite in favour of keeping it because it's a tool that has been working. Other campgrounds haven't had the same issues and therefore haven't been covered. Bylaws are usually evidence-based documents, so where there is an issue, we respond, but if there's not an issue, we don't typically respond with something like a bylaw. I think that was the majority of the questions, but very happy to, if I've missed anything, respond to anything else, and Alicia and Billy are here to answer any other questions you might have, Mr. Mayor. But we're really keen to get this out, of course, just in terms of the timeframes. We would like to get this bylaw updated so that we do have a current bylaw in place on an ongoing basis.
That answer your points, Councillor Cairns. Any other, does that clarify all?
Yep, all good.
So we've got a recommendation and it's looking for 3 councillors to hear the submissions. Is there any volunteers? Goldsworthy, Cairns and Brian. Any advance on that? Then you're right. All right, thank you team for volunteering. I think it just needs a mover of this. Moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Brian. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Brian. Any further speakers? It's just an important bylaw we get done and get out. So thank you for the work that's been done to get it complete. And we'll look forward to hearing the submissions. That's an open submission process, isn't it, by the way? It's fully out to the community. Any further speakers? If you wish to respond, Councillor, I'll put the recommendation all in favour, please say aye. Contrary to that, carry. Thank you. Oh, you abstain. Oh, yes, because you're both members of the DLC. Just noting those abstentions. But, okay. So we now move to, it's all that we're still open, so we now move to matters to be considered and public excluded for the reasons outlined. So we move. Yes, the board seconded, Kathy from your concern, I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary to that carried.